Yo, so I'm super excited um, because today I'm actually going to be setting up my first OpenClaw lead generation agent. I've set up OpenClaw agents in the past, but I just did it for like dumb stuff. I didn't really do it for something meaningful. But today, for next voters, we're actually going to be building a OpenClaw agent, which is able uh, to basically do some lead generation for us and do outreach for our product. So I wanted to first set up UTM as our essentially virtual machine because I do not want OpenCloud running on my actual computer. Before I used to do it with like a VPS, but I found this approach to be cheaper because it's literally just a virtual machine, right? Um, so let me just give it a little bit of storage here. I actually have to see how much storage I can give it because I actually have no clue how much storage I have left on my computer. Ooh, okay, so we probably want to get rid of some of this. So I'm actually just going to bring this to this screen, to my secondary screen, just so that I can take away some sensitive files, which I do not want people seeing. Uh, yeah, most of this is not really all that important, so I'm just gonna go ahead and clear it out. Uh, delete. Okay. Yeah, Loki, I don't think my system can support this. So maybe let me see if there's a cloud virtual machine I can run. We're anyways gonna get Google Cloud, so I think it is fine. Ooh, let me just move this down here. Okay, so I just gotta do something real quick. Mm. Okay, awesome. Just started it. Done. 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 Cool. So I'm gonna just bring this back now. We have $410 of credits and 90 days to use it. Awesome. So this is great. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna go ahead and create a instance, and I want to basically use a virtual machine on the cloud. I was thinking of doing it local at first, but I just don't have enough resources on my computer to do that. And yeah, then I'm gonna actually watch this video on how to actually set up OpenClaw in a way that basically makes it an employee to research qualified message leads across like multiple different channels. That could be like email, LinkedIn, all that fun stuff. So I'm just gonna wait for this to cook up, and while that is happening, I'm actually gonna watch this video. Unfortunately, I can't watch it on this account for some weird reason. So I'm just gonna go ahead and go here. Yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this link. And I'm just gonna run it on a different profile because this is my Next Voters account. Let's see here. Awesome. Okay, so it worked out. Great. That's fine. $25. Let's see how much this would cost us monthly. I'm just really curious, honestly. It's looking not even that bad. Monthly, it's not that bad for, and that's if you run it, I believe, like almost all the time, which is not happening. Obviously I don't need this much power. I'll just have like, let's use this. Oh wow, which is way more expensive. I see. Let's go with let's just go with consistently high performance. I think that's fine. Let's just generate something as 4 OpenClaw agents. OpenClaw agents that run lead generation. E2 standard 2. This is pretty sick. You can basically check to see like what works for you. So okay, I'm fine with that, honestly. Let's go ahead and create this. Oh, there's code too that you can see, which is like I believe like when you want to call the API. That's sick. Okay, but anyways, this should work out. So let me just go ahead and create this. I'm gonna let that cook up, and while that's happening, let's see how we're gonna set this up.
Deploy for our clients at top of funnel when we set up an OpenClaw agent, especially for business use and lead generation. So this is how you would use it to be able to get it set up either on the cloud or on a Mac Mini. So if you have yourself a Mac Mini, obviously it's parked on your computer. You can isolate it as a different user, not on your primary device. Please don't do that. That way you pretty much sandbox it, right? So you're putting it on there. And then the other aspect is putting on something like DigitalOcean, which is what we do for our clients. So that way we can really sandbox it on a VPS server, and then to be able to configure it, it's isolated and it's always online, right? The next thing to that is you're gonna want to really take a snapshot on what use cases you're gonna use your OpenClaw agent for. And that is, obviously we wanna do cold outreach. So we're gonna use something like Instantly as an example. And I went ahead and developed the Instantly CLI. And for those of you who don't know, CLI is basically the terminal. So it's literally going back to the terminal, like your old MS-DOS kind of scenario, your old school computers that probably your grandpa had, right? So the reason this is advantageous is because if you can take any SaaS, such as Instantly, and you create a bunch of different actions that are wrapped around their API, you can effectively do a ton of stuff. And then when you tie that with skills, Claude skills, for example, you're effectively training them in their brain to use the platform and all of the API endpoints that you could possibly ask for. All right, so let's get going. So I'm gonna select Mo, my trusted agent here, to be able to do the job. We're gonna do this just right in Slack, so we just trust that whatever it's going, when we do these jumps, that effectively is just working. And the idea here is I can literally send it off to a task, walk away, go play catch with my kids, in Slack just talking away to my agents getting crap done, right? And so what I'm gonna do is just gonna talk to it, and we're gonna see where it goes. All right, Mo, so what I want you to do from here is we are gonna launch a new campaign for our outbound services. And I would like you to first start off with doing as much public data as possible in verticals that we know to be available and with good quality. I know that.
Let me just look at this, see if this is ready to go. Yo, I am back. Alright, one thing that I realized is I'm actually gonna stop this. And instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually just delete this. I'm gonna use a VPS. I'm on Google, I have the credits for it anyways, so might as well just use a virtual private service. Or sorry, server. I've done it on DigitalOcean before. I've never done it on the GCP platform. So I need to just check that out. That's so annoying, honestly. I have to wait, I think, 14 days until I can use my Google account. Sorry, YouTube account. Crazy. But anyways, let's check this out.
You don't have to buy a Mac Mini to run OpenClaw. This video is going to be a tutorial on how to set up a virtual machine on Google Cloud in a way that is safe, secure, it's not going to cost you a lot of money, and it is the setup that I personally use. It works really well, so I thought I would show you how I did it. So I have a brand new project here on Google Cloud. If you don't know how to get here, I'm going to put a link in the video description on how to set up a project. The good news is if you haven't had a Google account before, you can get a free trial with $300 of credits.
That's what I'm using right
So
now.
it's not going to cost you anything for about 90 days. It's the period of the free trial. But if you haven't had a Google account before, you're going to have to put in your credit card and pay for it. But your cost with this setup here is going to be anywhere between $10 to $20. It's not going to be much more than that. Okay, so we have the new project that I created. The first thing we're going to do is navigate to our VPC networks.
Okay.
And we have to enable the Compute Engine API. And now that it's enabled, let's go back here.
Okay.
So before we set up our virtual machine, there are a couple of things we want to do here in the network to make it tidy and secure. So let's open our default network. Every time you create a new project,
Okay, so first we need to set up Compute Engine.
and we have to enable the Compute Engine.
Okay, so get started. Okay, so I shouldn't see anything now. Sick. Alright. I got $410 worth of Canadian dollars that I can use. That's 300 US, I'm assuming. And all I need to search up here is VPC networks. Okay, so VPC networks. Okay, so we're gonna go to that product, and we should see the Compute Engine API page, not viewable. Actually, I'm gonna create a new project, which I'm gonna call OpenClaw Employee 1. And then that's what I'm gonna create there. Sick. So let me just go there once this is done in the creation process. Go back. OpenClaw employee. Continue. Enable. We should be blessed to go. While I'm at it, actually, why don't I just go on X and do some shameless self-promo. then I'm just gonna paste in our live here. Boom. Sick. Okay, so alright, so compute engine is done.
Navigate to our VPC networks.
Okay, I'm done this.
You create a new project, vTraffic
Oops.
machine. There are a couple of things. Navigate to our VPC networks. And we have to enable the compute engine API.
Okay.
And now that it's enabled, let's go back here.
So the product details.
So before we set up our virtual machine, there are a couple of things we want to do here in the network to make it tidy and secure. So let's open our default network. Every time you create a new project, you get this default network with a lot of convenient pre-configured things here, but which are not really the most secure. For example, if we go to firewalls, you're gonna see 4 permissive rules here that we really don't need, especially allowing SSH and RDP traffic into our instances from the public internet, as you can see here. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. You just click on one of them,
I don't know which
click
one you
delete,
clicked. Allow the
and let's select the 3 others here as well, and click delete as well.
Okay, so we just want to delete all of the firewalls, right? Because they're they're super permissive, so we do not want this to happen. 6. So I'm just gonna go here, press delete. Gonna go ahead and delete this. And while that's happening, I'm going to take all of that and delete those firewall rules as well, because we want the firewall to not be this permissive in terms of allowing the traffic to flow.
As well. We're really not going to need any of these. Let's just close off our network before we do anything else. Now, one more thing still before we get into the virtual machine instance. Let's go to Identity and Access Management, or IAM.
Okay.
So a new project also gets a compute engine default service account with the editor role. It's a highly permissive role. It has access to effectively do anything here in the platform, except grant any other access or create IAM resources. We certainly don't need that for our virtual machine. This is, by the way, the identity that the virtual machine is going to have. So I'm just going to remove the editor role. I'm going to create a few roles that are probably going to be useful, like logs writer, so you can write logs. Monitoring metric, ask my OpenClaw to where you live.
Okay, so finally.
Right set of name, like open name, like, and now we're going to create our instance.
Okay, so now we're going to search for compute engine.
Instance.
Compute engine.
So let's give it a name like OpenClaw VM. Choose a region that is close to where you live. And
okay, so alright, so basically it's what we were doing, but now we're doing it with the intent of using it as a VPS instead of a virtual machine.
Choose the E2 machine series here. This is the
okay, so let's go ahead and create an instance. Yo, I'm back. Oh wait, we know exactly what we want. E2.
The low cost day-to-day computing with shared cores and bursty behavior. So it's not going to be the most predictable, consistent, high-performance machine, but it's going to be enough for an OpenClaw bot, and it's not going to cost you much. Now, for the size, you can choose a small, and that will work very well for most use cases. I personally use a medium just because I installed a graphical interface to my Linux instance, and I installed the Google Chrome browser, and I have my OpenClaw bot sometimes use the graphical browser for certain use cases that I have. But again, for most people, the small one should be fine, and you can always increase it if you need more. Now, as you select your configurations, you can see the monthly estimate here on the right. So this small machine is going to cost you $13. So be aware of that. If you have the $300 credit trials, you're not going to pay for it. Obviously, the price estimate will still show up here, but don't worry, if you're in the trial, you're not going to be paying anything for it. Now, let's see what other options we have here. We don't have to change any of these defaults. They're all pretty good. Let's go to OS and storage. Now here, let's change the disk size to something a little bit bigger. Also, the default you get here is this balanced persistent disk. The standard persistent disk is going to be a little bit cheaper, not as high performance, but certainly not a problem for this use case here. Now the default is 10 gigabyte. You might want to have something like 50 or 100, so you have a little bit more leeway. You can download larger files. You're not going to run out of space. But be aware it's going to increase your cost. So for example, with the 100 gigabyte standard disk here, we're going to spend an additional $4 on top of what we had before, or a little less than 4, because the 10 gigabyte we had before cost something too. All right, for the data back.
Alright. Alright, so I'm gonna just go ahead and delete this. go ahead and create this then.
Backup, you can leave the high performance cases that I have, right? So this small machine is going to cost you 13 anything for it. Now let's see what other options we have here. We don't have to change any of these defaults. They're all pretty good. Let's go to OS and storage. Now here, let's change the disk size to something a little bit bigger. Also, the default you get here is this balanced persistent disk. The standard persistent disk is going to be a little bit cheaper, not as high performance, but certainly not a problem for this use case here. Now the default is 10 gigabyte. You might want to have something like 50 or 100, so you have a little bit more leeway. You can download larger files. You're not going to run out of space. But be aware that it's going to increase your cost. So for example, with the 100 gigabyte standard disk here, we're going to spend an additional $4 on top of what we had before, or a little less than 4, because the 10 gigabyte we had before cost something too. Alright, for the data backup, you can leave the no backups option unless you are worried that you might break your virtual machine and you might want to be able to restore it, in which case you might want to set up snapshot schedules. Or I think a cheaper and easier thing to do is to just back up your memory and markdown files, and you should be able to reset up your OpenClaw if something breaks very easily. Now moving on to networking, we don't need to do anything here. For observability, make sure the ops agent is selected here so that it collects logs and metrics into cloud logging and cloud metrics, so that we can see, for example, CPU utilization, memory utilization, and that's how we're going to find out if the size that we picked was too large or too small, if we need to adjust it. For security, you can leave the compute engine default service account, which we have now pruned the access for, so it's not too permissive. Now for access scopes, you want to set the access for each API and make sure everything is disabled. You want to set so it's not to compute engine default service account, that's it. For security, you can leave the compute engine default service account, which we have now pruned the access for, so it's not too permissive. Now for access scopes, you want to set the access for each API and make sure everything is disabled, just to add an extra layer of security so this virtual machine instance can't really access any of these services, with the exception of storage with read and write, at least if you are like me, planning on backing up memory files and such to a cloud storage bucket. Now you want to leave these options here selected. This is for boot integrity, so it's a nice security feature as well. And you want to select the control VM access through IAM permissions. This is going to enable OS login, which is going to link your Linux user with your Google identity, and it's going to prevent additional users from being created in your virtual machine instance. It adds convenience, but more importantly security as well, because now you're forced to hit this authentication layer every time you access your virtual machine. And you can even require two-step verification as a good extra measure as well. Okay, finally we have the advanced section here, which again we don't really need to do anything here. Let's go and create this instance. Now while the instance is being created here, let's go over to instance schedules. Now here's a good way to save a little bit of cost with your virtual machines. If you don't plan to have it running 24/7, then you can have it be shut down at a certain time of the day and then start again at another time. Personally, I shut down my instance at 11 p.m. and then I start up again at 7 a.m. because I don't need it to be running 24/7. There's nothing that I need my bot to do in the middle of the night, So I prefer to just shut it down. I save some costs, and it honestly doesn't matter to me if the VM is not running in the middle of the night. So if you want to do the same, you create an instance schedule. You give it a name like region here, a start time like 7 a.m. Stop at 11, and then you just shut it down. I save some costs, and it honestly doesn't matter to me if the VM is not running in the middle of the night. So if you want to do the same, you create an instance schedule. You give it a name like and then you select your region here, a start time like 7 a.m. Stop at 11, and then you pick your time zone here, whatever the case may be, and you can leave this empty so that it starts immediately, and leave this empty as well, and then for the frequency, repeat daily, and then you submit. And now you need to go in here and then add instances to the schedule. And then I'm going to add the instance that I just created here. All right, now let's go back. The instance should be hopefully ready by now. And
I'm going to have this running 24/7, so.
And access our instance. But before we do that, remember we closed off all the firewall ports. So there's one thing we need to do to be able to access this instance securely, and that is with identity-aware proxy. So let's go over here, enable the API. So identity-aware proxy adds an authentication layer to access applications and instances in Google Cloud. It's a good way of, moving away from like a networking model of access where you open up firewall, close ports, and open ports, and just establish a central authentication layer, and you protect yourself that way. No need to have a firewall open or even a public IP address. We're going to keep a public IP address in the instance here just so that it can access the internet. Otherwise it couldn't, unless you create a cloud net, which would cost you a little bit more, and it's frankly not necessary for this personal setup here. So let's go to IAP, select SSH and TCP resources. Now your instance is already going to be listed here. Click on the error message, and it's telling you that you need to add this firewall rule allowing access from this IP address range. So this is Google's range for the IAP proxy services. It's a trusted range that is completely managed by Google. So you can just copy this here, click on Edit Firewall, and you're going to be taken to the firewall console, and then add a firewall rule. Allow IAP proxy SSH. Then you have ingress, allow all instances in the network. For the IP address range, you paste in that range, and port TCP/22. That's all you have to do. And now the proxy can access our instance, and we can access the proxy over HTTPS. No extra firewall needed here. We are already good to go. Now, if we go back to our Compute Engine instances, and we click on Connect SSH here, it's going to automatically tunnel traffic through IAP. So we're going to connect actually over HTTPS. That's going to be tunneled, and we're going to access our instance, even though there's no firewall rule allowing access from IP proxy services. It's a trusted range that is completely managed by Google. So you can just copy this here, click on Edit Firewall, and you're going to be taken to the firewall console, and then add a firewall rule, allow IP proxy, SSH, then you have ingress, allow all instances in the network for the IP address range. You have ingress, allow all instances in the network for the IP address range. You paste in that range and port TCP/22. That's all you have to do. And port TCP/22. That's all you have to do. And now the proxy can access our instance, and we can access the proxy over HTTPS. No extra firewall needed here. We are already good to go. Now, if we go back to our compute engine instances and we click on connect SSH here, it's going to automatically tunnel traffic through IAP. So we're going to connect actually over HTTPS. That's going to be tunneled, and we're going to access our instance, even though there's no firewall rule allowing access from, whatever this shell instance is running from here. So that is all to say that this is the recommended secure way of accessing instances on Google Cloud. If you are extra paranoid, you can remove the public IP address, set up a CloudNet instance, and then your instance will have outbound access to the internet and no public IP whatsoever. But again, this setup is, in my opinion, completely safe. You shouldn't worry too much about it. If you have a corporate organization in your Google Cloud, you might even be able to use Beyond Corp Enterprise and set up extra conditions for access, like people coming from specific geolocations, specific networks, having managed devices with up-to-date policies.
Today we're going to talk through the latest trends in AI. Things like cloud scales, Ralph Wiggum loops, OpenClaw, Moltbook. The names are constantly changing and something new is being developed literally every day. Some of these tools, they have a lot of power. You could give an AI assistant the keys to basically your entire life, and I'm not kidding. Files, passwords, embarrassing Google searches, your bank information, it goes on. And you may have no idea that you're giving it this information. And that's the thing that no one really wants to talk about. If you set this up wrong, you are basically handing a detailed psychological profile of yourself to anyone that wants it. So in this video, we're going to walk through how to securely set up an AI assistant completely from scratch, and we'll even set up some fun use cases like making a trading bot and having your AI commit to GitHub for you. And surprisingly, no, you do not need to know how to code to do this. So I'm going to start completely from scratch with the basics of installing OpenClaw on your computer. Now, this video is going to be specifically on creating a personal AI assistant and having that bot constantly running for you. So we're going to be working with OpenClaw. If you're interested in other AI videos like how to optimize setting up cloud code by using skills and plugins, I'll have another video on that. This video is going to be more friendly to non-technical audiences because OpenClaw actually integrates with any message.
after watching this video, you will know how to set up your OpenClaw bot on Google Cloud so it does not mess with your local machine. So first you need to create a VM instance. So I will name it as OpenClaw dev and I will choose the E2 media as machine type. And then I will select the operating system, which is Ubuntu. And so this call will do.
Let me just look at the docs from here. It's been a while since I've set up and worked with OpenClaw. I did it when they first came out in like February-ish. But yeah, let's see this. Yeah, go ahead, bro. This is a sandbox environment for a reason. Okay. Let's see
Email
what's
address,
happening.
create a password, and then enter your payment.
Okay, so they're using Hostinger for the VPS. It doesn't really matter.
skills. It's very mini max, you name it. By the time you're watching this video, there might save AI out, and we're going to set those up manually in just a second. It also going to paste the key in, and then it sets your popular. So yeah, you have one API key, one account, and you can basically switch between models whenever you want. So what we'll do is head over to the hosting your VPS web terminal. This is just a command line into your server, and you can sort of think of it like SSH, but right in your browser. We're going to exec into the OpenClaw Docker container. So what you'll do is you'll type docker exec space.
So they're using a different workflow because they're using hosting group. I don't really care about that.
Then OpenClaw emulating, but is super important. Like I mentioned, OpenClaw is really powerful, which means it can do a lot on your server. And we're fine since yes, the wizard is containerized and it lives on the VPS. So we're going to say yes. The wizard then detects your existing configuration and it asks what you want to do. So we are going to update the setting. So choose update. Next.
Awesome. So now it's asking us to use one of these. I want to use OpenAI because I have an API key with them. So yeah, let me do that. I'm going to move this to the bottom just because I don't want, obviously, the API key to get leaked. So yeah. And let me just move that there. Cancel. We aborted this. Let me see. Oops. I was supposed to keep that open. No, I do not want it to open up here. Oh my god. Great. Okay. Okay, my API key should be in the project itself. Yep. Okay. And so I'm gonna pick OpenAI, and I have a direct API key to give it. Awesome. Okay, so it's set to 5.5, the new one that's come out, which I believe is actually a little bit better than the Opus models. However, we know Claude, they'll probably clutch up some way or another. Unfortunately, I can't show you the setup screen anymore because my screen has the API stuff. I don't know if I want to keep it at 5.5. Yeah, let's keep it. Cool. Alright, so now I need to go back here and see
Next, it
what's up.
asks for your model provider, and this is where we're going to pick OpenRouter. So select that from the list, and it's going to ask for your API key. So now what you're going to want to do is go to openrouter.ai, create an account there if you don't have one, and then generate a new API key. Feel free to pause this video and do that. And this is super important, you guys. Save this key somewhere you can access later on, because once you close that window, you're not going to see it again. It's basically a password, and the next thing you're going to want to do here is add some balance into your account so that you can actually use the models. So I'd recommend loading at least like $20 to $50 into your accounts. We'll go with 40. That's going to last you a good amount of time. So once you do that, you're going to paste the key in, and then it sets your default model. I'm going to go with Claude Sonnet 4.6 as my main model, but you guys can pick whatever you want. And the beauty with OpenRouter is that you can always change or switch later on without changing providers. The other option with setting up your API keys, you're going to get your OpenAI API key, and you'll have to do these each individually. It's a little bit annoying if you want to go that route, and you'll have different accounts. You'll also need to set up billing for each of those. So
This is true. I would have definitely used something like OpenRouter, which allows me to access different models. That way, you know, if I was doing like writing intensive tasks, I would probably use Claude models because Claude is usually really good at writing. And if I was doing something with like multi-model processing, I'll probably go with like Gemini, sorry, or OpenAI. So yeah, I definitely agree with him in the sense that I should have probably used something like that. However, I have a free like API key which gives me like basically unlimited amounts of tokens. So that's why I'm using it in this way.
that's why I prefer OpenRouter. Okay, now it's
That's
going
fair.
to ask about channels. This is
Okay.
how people talk to your Claw. This is how you talk to your Claw. So there's options like
okay,
Telegram,
okay.
WhatsApp, Discord, Slack. And what I'll do is I'll skip these for now, and we're going to set those up manually in just a second. It also asks
Okay.
about web search and a search provider. You can skip those for now too. Same thing with hooks. Just skip those. Then it gets to skills. So here you're going to say yes, and specifically install GOG. So that is the Google Workspace skill, and we're going to use it later to connect your Gmail, calendar, Drive, all of that. It also asks, I'll do is I'll
So we need some way of contacting the OpenClaw agent. Yep. Okay, so it's just taking some time to process stuff. Okay, I think it's safe for me to show it to you guys now. Because it's long gone. I'm just not gonna be able to scroll up. Okay, so I don't know
Take
why
these
it's
for now,
taking
and
so
we're going to set
time.
those up manually in
Okay.
just a second.
Websites I say, free. Okay, so I've used Tavuli for my own AI agent that I've built before. But okay, I'm just gonna skip all of this. Okay, so skill status eligible. We have 7, 42 missing. Okay, cool. So this is where we want
Also
him to
asks
help.
about web search and a search provider skills. So here you're gonna say yes, and
Okay.
specifically install GOG. So
Okay, bad. So yes, and then we want to go to GOG, which is Google's workspace. Awesome. So this will give it access to my next voter's email so that we can actually do these cold outreaches. I also want to see if there's other ways that we can do this, but yeah, this is good. Okay. I thought I did select it. Oh, space to select.
that is the Google Workspace skill, and we're going to use it later to connect your Gmail, calendar, Drive, all of that. And finally, it asks how you want to.
Kind of curious before we move forward, Charlie Chang.
To hatch your bot. So what you'll do is choose do this later. We're going to do it through the web dashboard instead, which is a much nicer experience. Now let's talk about accessing the OpenClaw dashboard. Now your OpenClaw instance is running on the VPS, but the dashboard isn't exposed to the internet by default. And that's a good thing. You probably don't want it publicly accessible. So what we're gonna do is we need to create a secure VPN. What to connect to provide. We're going to set those up manually in just a second. It also asks about web search and a search too. So that is the Google Works Drive, all of that. And finally,
Okay, so that's it. Sure, why not? Ooh. Okay, I guess I'll run another SSH client. Which will how to install Homebrew on Ubuntu. Can you even? Okay, let me authorize it. Oh, no, we're using Debian. Okay. Let it do its work. Now when it's done, we can do that. Let's run this. Well, I'll press return to continue. Okay, once that is done, we need to run this command. So I just have that on my clipboard. Pretty excited for this.
asks how you want to hatch your bot. So what you'll do is choose do this later. We're going to do it through the web dashboard instead, which is a much nicer experience. Now let's talk about accessing the OpenClaw dashboard. Now your OpenClaw instance is running on the VPS, but the dashboard isn't exposed to the internet by default. And that's a good thing. You probably don't want it publicly accessible. So what we're gonna do is we need to create a secure tunnel from your computer to the server. This might seem a little bit complicated, but it's really important that you guys do this. Not everyone accesses their OpenClaw this way, but for me, it is the most secure way to do it. So open a terminal on your local machine and run an SSH command to forward the port. So it's going to look something like this: SSH space -N space -L, and then this whole string of characters, right? So in this case, 55779 is my port, and depending on your VPS, it's going to be different. To find this number, you're going to go to the Docker manager and replace your port number here. You're going to follow that with your username and then your server address. So this creates a tunnel, right? If it seems a little bit complicated, I'll have another doc down below to really go through the fine details on this. Now when you go to localhost and then your port number in your browser, it connects straight to your OpenClaw instance on the VPS, but securely through SSH. Okay, so once you open that in your browser, you'll see the OpenClaw control dashboard. This is the gateway dashboard page. Comes alive, and it starts with a completely blank slate, right? There's no memory, there's no identity, there's nothing. So it's going to ask you who you are and what you want to call it. So I'm going to tell it that my name is Charlie and I'm calling my claw Sam. It's going to save that, write it into its memory, and now it knows who it is and who you are. So every future conversation, it's going to remember. Then I'm going to give it context about who I am and what I need. So I run YouTube channels, I care about efficiency, I want it to help with scripts, emails, research, keeping me organized. It's going to save all this, and now Sam knows how to be useful to me specifically. This is what makes OpenClaw different from a regular chatbot. It builds a really persistent understanding of you over time. I definitely recommend actually answering these questions. Don't give one-word answers because then it's not going to feel as personal. Okay, now let's connect your OpenClaw to Telegram, because this is probably the most popular way that people like talking to their OpenClaw. So first, make sure you have Telegram open, and if you don't, just pause this video and sign up. Or if you don't want to use Telegram and you want to use WhatsApp instead, then you can skip to this time code later on. Okay, so we're going to open up Telegram. We're going to search for BotFather. This is Telegram's official bot for creating bots. So we're going to send it /new bot. You're going to give your bot a name. So I'm going to call mine Sam, and then a username that ends in _bot. Something like Sam_Charlie_bot. This doesn't need to be a unique name. So choose something that's quite unique that other people can't find. And after we do this, BotFather is going to give us a token, and you're going to want to copy that. So now back in your OpenClaw chat, tell your claw you want to set up Telegram. I'll walk you through the steps, but really all you need to do is give it the bot token, and once you paste it in, your claw is going to run the plugin command to add the Telegram channel. The gateway is going to restart and then wait for a bit, and once it comes back online, your Telegram bot is connected. Now you're going to open the bot in Telegram, hit start, and you'll see a pairing code. Give this pairing code to your claw along with the bot username. It's going to approve the pairing. It's going to link your Telegram user ID. It's really important that you guys do these steps for security. Otherwise, other people can actually talk to your OpenClaw, and we definitely do not want that. So now you're going to be able to talk to your claw from Telegram, which is probably going to be on your phone, on your laptop, and it's going to respond right there in the chat. Okay, if you prefer to connect to WhatsApp instead, because I know this is a very popular messaging app that's used across the world, then yeah, this is super easy. It just works a little bit differently. So instead of a bot token, it uses a QR code. It's the same as when you link WhatsApp web to your phone, which if you guys use WhatsApp, you're probably familiar with that. So back in your terminal, you're gonna run the OpenClaw channel setup or WhatsApp. It's going to generate a QR code right in the terminal, and you're gonna open WhatsApp on your phone, go to linked devices, and then scan the QR code. Once you do that, you're going to be fully linked. Then it's gonna ask for your...
I'm probably going to use WhatsApp to do this. Because I just find it more easier for me personally. So yeah, we'll use that instead. Okay, never mind. We're using Telegram. Okay, let me see if I even have the app. Telegram. Okay, I do not have it, so I'll just go ahead and install that then. And while that is installing, let me look back here. This is done. Sick. So I'm just gonna go ahead and run this. Okay, and then it's brew doctor. And if this works out, okay, cool. So it works out. We could do like brew-v as well. Awesome. Perfect. So this should mean that no. Bro, I already gave you the OpenAI key. Let me just redo this setup. So I'm just gonna say OpenClaw /setup. Oh, OpenClaw itself wasn't installed. Okay, let's just go to OpenClaw again and let's redo this. OpenClaw.ai. I think I got a hang of it. It's not really that hard to set up. Where do we have it? Okay. Boom. Okay, now that we have brew, everything should work out as well. And I just installed Telegram. Literally just for this. Oops. Yes. Yeah, I just have to clear this up because I used to use it, but I don't really use it anymore. So I'm literally only going to use it for OpenClaw. Okay, Cool. So, I do want to add a little bit more setup. So, how would I do that? How to restart the setup process for OpenClaw. Bro. OpenClaw doctor dash fix. I'm honestly just gonna go out of that. OpenClaw, what was it? Doctor dash fix. Ooh.
Are from
Alright, so I just established connection to the SSH of the virtual private server that I'm building. So now, let me go ahead and just start by uninstalling OpenClaw because I want to reinstall a fresh instance. I don't want to do this, so yeah, okay. All right, awesome. Awesome. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna run OpenClaw, and let's see what pops up here. Okay, so I'm gonna run setup. Clear. At this point, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this. I'm just gonna run this. Okay, great. And I'm actually gonna also set up bot father. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna just go ahead and quite literally just delete this. I don't want this. You suck. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new instance. This is going to be where we run our OpenClaw agent. We want it to be on E2. Small should do, just for cost savings. Standard is fine. All of this is good to go. So I'm just gonna go to the OS. And I'm just gonna change some things here. So first of all, I want to run this on Ubuntu. It's just a personal preference. And I'm going to give it 100 gigabytes of not balanced but standard persistence. It's just cheaper, should work fine for our specific use case. So this is our monthly estimate, which is pretty cheap. In the long run, something like a what do you call it? Mac Mini would be better, but I guess for now it's fine. Okay. Let me go ahead and create this. So now while this virtual private server is being created, I'm actually going to open up a new tab of Google Cloud Console. And in this one, I'm going to go into what the service's name.
Before we do that, remember we closed off all the firewall ports. So there's one. You pick your time zone here. Ready by remember. So let's go over here.
Identity aware proxy. Okay, so that's a service. Identity aware proxy. Alright, so with the identity aware proxy, we'll be able to provide specific permissions to this actual virtual private server so that we can access it when we SSH into it. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to go to the TCP resources tab, and within here I want to go ahead and add this into our firewall. So in our firewall policies, I'm going to build a new policy which will include this. So I'm going to go ahead and create a rule, and that rule is just going to be allow OpenClaw server SSH, and we are going to be in the IPv4 ranges. That's fine. This should be all instances in the network, TCP, and it's a port 22. Go ahead and create this firewall rule, excuse me. And now I think I should be able to SSH into this, and then we can finally get OpenClaw set up for reals this time. So I'm going to use Telegram in order to do this. Okay, cool. So now I'm going to go to openclaw.ai and just going to copy this. This should set up our OpenClaw agent, and it's in this nice containerized environment. So that way it does not really affect any of my personal information, which is awesome. Yeah, so we're just going to let this set up. While this is happening though, I'm going to also download Telegram so that we can talk with the bot father and get it set up so that we can actually interact with this OpenClaw agent directly from Telegram. Okay, let's set up Telegram. I used to use Conductor a lot, but I don't really use it anymore, so let me just remove it. Even Handy, I thought it was good, but could be better. Okay, we'll keep Slack. Obsidian, I mean, I use it directly for my agent, so I don't really need the GUI. Okay, so we're gonna talk with the bot father and go from there. So this is fine. I can give it full access because again, we're in the containerized environment. Hurry up, bro. I really need to clean my desktop, but I'll do that for later. Start messaging. Okay, so we go to Telegram. We go to settings, devices, link desktop device, and there we go. So now we have Telegram here, and I actually want to start a new message with the bot father. Okay, so add bot father. Okay, so we need to get a new token. So we'll do that. Finally, quick start. And we're gonna go with OpenAI. And I have to put in my token. So I'm just gonna go ahead and move this to the bottom. And I actually need to get my token itself. Okay, so there we go. So I'm gonna just paste that in. yeah, should be chill.
Phone number. So put that in. Use Telegram and you at the top. So this is where you meet your cloud accessing the OpenClaw dashboard.
After watching this,
Yeah, you're fine with 5.5.
Unless you've been living under a rock, you've probably heard of ClawdBot, aka MoltBot, aka OpenClaw. This is an open source AI project that essentially lets you build an agent that can do anything. With this agent, you can summarize your email, you can code, you can summarize, you can schedule.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring this back here. Now I've actually selected the channel, which is Telegram, so we should be able to very easily set something up here. Okay, so now we have to set up a bot token. Now this is something I do not want to show, so I'm just gonna bring the setup back to my other screen. Let me bring this down here as well. Okay, cool. So I'm literally in Telegram right now. I'm just running /token. Right. So I first have to call a new bot, and I'm just gonna call it next voters lead generation. Okay, so next underscore voters underscore bots, I'll just call it. Cool. So I got the token, and I'm just gonna go here, paste in that token. Awesome. So it worked out, I believe. Just have to wait for this to load now. Okay, so everything is working out. I quite literally just need this to like just finish. And then I think we can finally start using OpenClaw one way or another.
You can have it send you reminders. You can directory. So what you're going to do is go to OpenClaw. I want to have to hit yes here if you want to actually use it, but please read this warning. Your own personal. For now, you can pick to make sure our keys are securely stored. So for now, I'm going to skip this, but know that you can paste your API key into there, and it will use that model. So now here are the models by provider. We're just going to go down to Anthropic here and make sure that the current default model is set to Opus 4.5. You can select anything else. You can select a more lightweight version, like where you're going to communicate to your Claudebot. I like Telegram. I don't use Telegram for anything else except Claudebot. So it's essentially like I have my own application dedicated to just messaging my bot. So let's click Telegram, and it's going to ask you to enter the Telegram bot token. So now what you're going to want to do is go to Telegram, and I have Telegram installed on both my phone and on my computer, and you're going to go to @botfather and click start, or type /start. This will pull up a bunch of commands that you can run, and what we're going to want to do is do the new bot command. This is going to spin up a new bot. You can choose a name for it, and it's going to have to be a globally unique bot. Now, I already have my Gaia bot set up, so I'm not going to create a new one, but what's going to happen is that once you give it a name, Telegram will send you back a bot token. What you're going to do is paste that bot token into here. So I'm just going to enter a random string for now, just so we can continue on, but you're going to want to put your bot token in here if you want to communicate through Telegram. Now what's going to happen is it's going to ask you to configure the skills. These are skills similar to what you see in Claude Code, where specific tasks can be performed in a contained environment. So let's hit yes, and we're going to show the homebrew install. We're going to use npm here, and you can see all of these different default skills that are built in. You can do things like connect to Apple Notes, have your 1Password integrated. Bird is the x/Twitter command line for reading, searching, posting, and engaging via cookies. So let's Apple, and you can see all.
Why is this taking forever, bro? Alright.
All of these different default skills that are built in. You can do things like connect to Apple Notes, have your one password integrated. So I'm just going to enter a random string for now, just so we can continue on. But you're going to want to put your bot token in here if you want to communicate through Telegram. Now what's going to happen is it's going to ask you to configure the skills. These are skills similar to what you see in Claude Code, where specific tasks can be performed in a contained environment. So let's hit yes, and we're going to show the homebrew install. We're going to use npm here, and you
Fire and water cannot be together.
Why is this not working?
You can see all of these different default skills that are built in. You can do things like connect to Apple Notes, have your one password integrated.
Yeah, I'm gonna just redo this. Okay. I wonder if there's a way of actually censoring the tokens. I can just show you guys what I'm doing. I guess we'll bring it on stream. I'm not trying to do all that, bro. try this again. I'm going to keep this open. Literally just for this reason. I'm going to go ahead and just delete these. Identity aware proxies. Okay. And I'm just gonna delete this chat. Delete this. Alright, cool. So what we will do is we'll create. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and create a new instance now. Which will be a virtual private server again. In this case, we're going to use E2 again, and we're going to use a small version. We're going to use a standard provisioning model, which is going to be fine. One thing I will do is that in OS and storage, I'm going to keep it on Debian for Linux, but I'm just going to make it 100 gigabytes in standard persistent disk, which should be cheaper, as I said before. That should give us a pretty good amount of like things that we can use it for at a cheap amount. So now let me just create this. Okay, finally. And then now I go to identity aware proxy, back to TCP resources, go to the service, and then go to edit firewall. And then I can go ahead and create a new firewall rule. And in this case, it's going to be all instances of the network. We're going to paste this in. We're going to just use TCP, which is going to be on port 22. And we're going to go ahead and create this. Oh, we have to create a name. I'm going to say allow SSH OpenClaw server. And let's go ahead and create. Okay, cool. So now we should have access. This is up. Awesome. All right. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna SSH into this virtual private server. That way we have the containerized environment for OpenClaw to do its thing. I'm gonna go ahead and authorize this, and it's hosted by Google Cloud Platform. Okay, now that we're in here, I am going to run the quick start. Alright, so now that we have SSH'd into our virtual private server, we can run an OpenClaw agent by first setting it up. So I just have to run this curl command, which will actually start the installer process. And once this process is over, we can use Telegram, and specifically the bot father, to supply a token which will basically connect this agent with the Telegram bot. And so now you have a source of entry in terms of interacting with the actual OpenClaw agent that you built. This one is going to be used for lead generations, so that we can basically send outreach calls. So now that it has prepared the environment, it will continue with the rest. So it's still taking some time. I'm just gonna leave it, give it some time to fix it up. I'm just gonna do some other things right now. instead of Telegram, I'm actually going to use Slack. So let's see if that works out better. I'm going to see the setup process right now, and we're going to do that as well.